Chapter 173. Bai Ningbing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fang Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking. Although Bai Ningbing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ningbing's strong desire to live, and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ningbing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? Fang Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding. Then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life is quite interesting. Interesting? Fang Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fang Yuan swung his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed, its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life-and-death battle? Fang Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be stronger than him. But this was in line with his intentions. If Fang Yuan's attitude softened in order to survive and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fang Yuan, and would even feel a sense of humiliation wanting to kill Fang Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I'm already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fang Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Even a rank 9 Gu master. Even the human ancestor only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end, he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fang Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes. Let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life, only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death, but that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him, he was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fang Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die? Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, Path? What is a path? Fang Yuan sneered and continued to get closer. Everyone has their own path, I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path? In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the Holy Land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Path. Not bad, I want to find my path. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fang Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death. As long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fang Yuan and said meaningfully, I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering. He suddenly laughed, and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning Igu, but my vision is obstructed and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me or you can attack me at any time and sneak attack me. It all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed and the surrounding wolves howled. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. All right. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes, but you better be prepared for my sneak attack. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning Igu, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fang Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning Igu, and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes when he charged he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision. But it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fang Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference he could not determine the direction. Cooperate. Bai Ningbing's lightning Igu, and Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two Gu stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction we will face your Guyua village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said, no, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour. Fang Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Then let's turn towards the southeast, how about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry, it is closing up soon. Then let's charge. Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fang Yuan, and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally the two were 5 steps apart and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning Igu and the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through. Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning Leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade Gu. Chainsaw golden centipede. The long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back, before breaking into pieces. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fang Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two. But precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. Humph, I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning Leaken attacks Guiyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering, "Path, no regrets. Yes, even Rinzhu has to die. There is life and death as long as it is interesting, so what if I die?" Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. Ah, I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fang Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled. But his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Chapter 174. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away, witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark eye soul physique. But you want to fight me another day, huh? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fang Yuan decided to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fang Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qingmao Mountain. But Fang Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning Leaken is more cunning than the Thunder Crown Wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guiyue clan, it will be hard to resist. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide. Or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guiyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qingmao Mountain's situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the lightning Leaken, then Qingmao Mountain will definitely become the lightning wolf's territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the lightning Leaken is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs and I will definitely be investigated. Fang Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was Bai clan, Guiyue clan or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal Gu worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as well as a healing Gu from the clan treasury, then I will be on my way. Fang Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guiyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder. He could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain Yuan stone and Gu worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunderwings Gu could not be used for the time being, so Fang Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain path safe. Soon, the Guiyue stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Gu master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man, his eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fang Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word, 3. At this age he was already a rank 3 Gu master, his cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius. But Fang Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet and throat, allowed Fang Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fang Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Shueleng. Fang Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Gu master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the number 1 southern border divine investigator Tai Shueleng. He was impartial and emotionless. Many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Shueleng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. He had been famous for a long time and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader and the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fang Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf and encountered some trouble. We met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Shueleng, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guiyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Shueleng immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guiyue Bo, will die here today. Humph, even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guiyue clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the 2 clan leaders. The lightning leakin was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. Come on, you coward! The Bai family patriarch roared. But the lightning leakin shrunk back again, and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Cunning thing, sigh. Guiyue Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died. But the lightning leakin had intelligence that did not lose to humans and did not fall for it. My life is over, damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves. Just as the 2 clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar. Both of you persevere. The voice reverberated in the forest. The 2 clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the 2 clan leaders. You are? The 2 clan leaders asked at the same time. I am Tai Shueleng. Hiss, Bai clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Shueleng was here. Guiyue Bo knew the reason and was overjoyed, so it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. A bunch of evil beasts. Tai Shueleng's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the Gu worm in his aperture. Boom. A formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous Gu could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Xueleng had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Howl howl, the lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Howl. The lightning leakin at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts. Tai Xueleng stared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rumble, the air rippled and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rank 5 Iron Hand Grappling Gu. The lightning leakin had a crafty nature and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning leakin, chasing after it. The lightning leakin could not escape, and with a loud growl, its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed and the lightning leakin was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Xueleng anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Xueleng and the 2 clan leaders with hatred, before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. It's escaping. Quickly stop it. The 2 clan leaders shouted, but Tai Xueleng just stood at the same spot, not making a move. Divine Investigator, please make a move. Guobo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Xueleng slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl also rushed over, and saw the scene of the lightning leakin being forced away by the iron hand. Father. You are injured, how can you fight? The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. Ruanan, this lightning leakin is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it. Tai Xueleng said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Father, how are you? The young girl, Tai Ruanan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Xueleng. No need to make a fuss, it's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood. Tai Xueleng laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the 2 clan leaders who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Xueleng's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life. The 2 clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives. The Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Guobo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Xueleng away? He knew Tai Xueleng's motive and smiled proudly. I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jianghu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guo clan will definitely cooperate with you. Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Xueleng said, that's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter Tai Ruanan will be in charge. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. Chapter 175. What? Father, you want me to solve the case? The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. What, you're not willing? Tai Xueleng smiled. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruanan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Xueleng nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years, you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old, this injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old, the rest is up to you. Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure? The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality, Ruanan. Tai Xueleng smiled and turned to face Guobo. Guo clan leader, rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice. You're too kind. Guyuebo quickly cupped his hands. Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust. The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Shueleng's cup. The wolf tide had just passed and Guyue's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Shueleng, Guyue's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Guyuebo sat on the main seat with Tai Shueleng and the young girl Tai Ruanan beside him. In addition, there were Guyue Zhong, Guyue Guyen, Guyue Lian, Guyue Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Guyue clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Guyue Lian, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed. But when he heard that Tai Shueleng was coming, he forced himself to stay strong, to attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Guyue Mo Chin, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leakin. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leakin's meal. Guyuebo stood up, held the cup with both hands and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Shueleng raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself and never drink too much. Because of this he never got drunk. Guyuebo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Shueleng had seen this kind of situation many times and comforted him. Chief Guyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leakin is also injured and the Lightning Wolf Pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years they probably won't attack again. This time the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and fewer, and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leakin would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf, 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf and myriad Beast King Thunder Crown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Chief Guyue knew this truth better than Tai Ruanan, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great. Just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Guyue mountain stronghold strength was at rock bottom, and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruanan did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 thunder chi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the 3 clans join forces. Guyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fang Yuan. But this possibility is too small. Even in our Guyue clan, there are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid. Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been exploring the flower wine hidden treasure in the rock crack's secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fang Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Guyuebo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fang Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change and followed everyone's gaze looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruanan as a peer. Fang Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Xueling's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guiyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of divine investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Xueling started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinsheng's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guiyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fang Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guiyue Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guiyue Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Who would have thought that Guiyue Yaoji would do the same in this life? Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fang Yuan, to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guiyue Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and screamed, "You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me and frame me? How can you be so despicable? How did our Guiyue clan produce such a thing like you?" Guiyue Yaoji. Guiyue Bo's expression changed and he shouted, "Sit down, we have an important guest here, where is the propriety of yelling?" Guiyue Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guiyue clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fang Yuan, and angrily sat down. After Guiyue Bo dealt with Yaoji, he shifted his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go?" Fang Yuan, he is Fang Yuan? Tai Xueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Xueling came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jiafu. But he did not expect that this young elder was Fang Yuan. All of a sudden Tai Xueling's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, he guessed that Fang Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Xueling's attention, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fang Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fang Yuan and expose Fang Yuan. They never thought that Fang Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Xueling is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Xueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. Chapter 176. In the banquet there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fang Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. These words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning leaken and the elimination of Gu masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many Gu masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners, and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guyue clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now only Fang Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake, there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fang Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fang Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fang Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Guyue Bo sighed, since Fang Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. But no matter the result, I hope you can accept it. The others all had different expressions. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak, as if he had already accepted his fate. Guyue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fang Yuan had one as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder, Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fang Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fang Yuan. If he forced Fang Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. But such actions are in line with Tai Xueling's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Xueling was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fang Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jianghu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Guiyue Bo Lian suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fang Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guiyue Bo asked. Fang Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Guiyue Bo Lian speak up for him? Even though Fang Yuan had something on him, during this wolf tide, the Qi faction's successor, Guiyue Cheng, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the Qi faction had already done their best to protect Qiqing. But the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fang Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Guiyue Qi Lian take the initiative to cover for him? Guiyue Lian sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Guiyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fang Yuan. My granddaughter, Guiyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fang Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Guiyue Bo Lian's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Guiyue Bo nodded, looking meaningfully at Fang Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Fang Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Guiyue Bo Lian was so biased towards Fang Yuan. His words, exonerating Fang Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Guiyue Bo Lian continued, Elder Fang Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder, this old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Qi Lian has worked hard and made great contributions. This is understandable. Humans are not plants. How can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair. How to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Guiyue Bo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future. I hope everyone can understand. Tai Xueling did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Fang Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Guiyue Lian. After the banquet ended, he invited Fang Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Guiyue Lian smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, It is indeed a tea to cure the hangover. Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale white moon shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows in the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already seen through Guiyue Lian's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Guiyue Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qiqing still had a sister, Mo Yen, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Guiyue and Mo Yen became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the chief action was legitimate, it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects and no one would follow them. The chief faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out. The chief faction was not in a hopeless situation, there was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guiyue and Mo Yen. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the chief faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the chief faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guiyue Lian cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my chief faction. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire, there would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guyu Qilian was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past he had a high status, and the chief faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits. As long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness, the silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side, his face revealed a despondent expression. Just now Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left, my aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm, the morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%, it was not the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said. 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens, the great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Renzu did not have a good ending. Sai, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left, his life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation and I no longer have the time. At this point Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guiyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while. The moonlight was like water shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guyue family and the Xiong family, and possess at least 3 spirit springs, can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here. But life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the northern dark ice soul physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity. The Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition. The Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruanan kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none. That was impossible. After all, Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert. He was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right. The level was very low and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic and enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruanan commented that it was clean. Tai Shueleng nodded slightly. Ruanan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself. Just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. I'm very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shueleng purposely tested her. Tai Ruanan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight, father. Do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shueleng's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time both of them were silent. Fang Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here. Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened and Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fang Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shueleng took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us. Tai Shueleng suddenly invited. Tai Ruanan glanced at her father but did not say anything. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you this way, please. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, White Form Immortal Snake Goo. Greetings to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, Bai Ning Bing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a gu. Bai Ning Bing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake gu emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ning Bing had no fear. But Bai Ning Bing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake gu's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding gu to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a gu master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake gu would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake gu entered Bai Ning Bing's aperture, not killing him. It should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ning Bing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guyue village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area, outsiders can't enter. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued, "It's getting late, why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right?" Yihi, Elder Fang Yuan is right. Thank you, Elder Fang Yuan, for your guidance along the way. Elder Fang Yuan, please return. Tai Xueling said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Xueling looked at Fang Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fang Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ruanan frowned. Tai Xueling nodded. I know you have the intuition gu which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much. Don't use intuition gu to solve this case. Yes, father. Chapter 178. Tai Xueling continued, now, analyze Fang Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fang Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word, clean. Tai Xueling nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings, even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it, he was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Xueling asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Gu masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Xueling's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you are saying? You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude. Tai Xueling said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Xueling, Xiaoqian knew that Tai Shuileng lived up to his name. This Tai Shuileng had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fang Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yen, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Guyue and Mo Qin. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient. Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fang Yuan was chased out. Fang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Guyue and Mo Qin sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Guyue village was like this. The clan leader was alive and one of the two ministers, Guyue Lian, was dead, but the chief faction was not without people. The heir Guyue Cheng was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Guyue Zhong who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2 and could not even keep his clan elder status. The two great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Guyue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan, to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the two great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Guyue and Mo Qin forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Shuileng had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day. What? You said Jia Jinsheng's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed. Tai Ruanan was astonished. This morning she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic gu master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's gu master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinsheng's killer? Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuileng wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanan pondered in her heart. These are all guesses, there is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic gu master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and gu masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, 1 or 2 small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan searched for a long time before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shuileng softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinsheng's killer, thus they preserved this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruanan answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars with many fatal injuries. Before his death he had an intense battle. But on his body there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanan deduced, he is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox Gu master. Especially the straw sandals on his feet, they are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qingmao bamboo. And Qingmao mountain is rich in Qingmao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Xueling asked. Before this person became a demonic Gu master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing he is very likely a hunter from Qingmao mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Xueling retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes, not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruanan said. Tai Xueling did not comment, neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanan to solve. Tai Ruanan continued to speak. With this deduction we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues. As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Xueling asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic Gu master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangjing? How did Fangjing offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangjing amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Xueling to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fangjing blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it. Because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fangjing shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time, how did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu master was hired by the other 2 clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious, they had once recruited demonic Gu masters. Xiong clan ha. Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide, it seems this clue is broken again. But at this time there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are there envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own using a gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. Humph, these Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qingmao Mountain to change drastically. Originally they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between 3 clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for Divine Investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the 2 patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin'. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue Bo looked around and asked, which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other, no one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Imochen clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guyue Imochen snorted and immediately retorted, in terms of qualifications, Master Yaoji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yaoji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Imochen is right. I also recommend Madam Yaoji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Imochen is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guyue Bo sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore he didn't want to help either side and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Imo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guyue Yaoji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guyue Bo watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents. But he decided to wait and see first and not make a move. The Imo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore the key to this battle is on one person. Guyue Bo thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fang Yuan and the Imo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guyue Bo couldn't help but think. But at this time Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan's situation for the clan. What? Fang Yuan is volunteering to go? What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy but not Fang Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruanan rushed in. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fang Yuan. It was his younger brother, Guiyue Fangjing. The other was Guiyue Jianghu. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here? Guiyue Bo stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guiyue clan's internal discussion, how can you just barge in like this? Guiyue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Guiyue Fangjing. Tai Xueling said. It's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Guiyue Fangjing was because of Fangjing's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruanan stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangjing clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guiyue Mo Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother, Fangjing? Guiyue Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guiyue Bo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruanan shook her head. The real situation is that Fangjing killed innocent people and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had a brother, and mistook Fangjing for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence, an elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guiyue Jianghu, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanan came prepared and was not flustered. Guiyue Jianghu sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground crying, this subordinate has failed in his duty, clan leader, please punish me. Guiyue Bo's expression was gloomy. What's the matter, say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guiyue Jianghu's jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today it was exposed by Tai Ruanan. That's what happened. Jianghu stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder, he did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, Wang Er came to take revenge and found Fangjing. So it was like this. Fangjing suffered an undeserved calamity, and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fangjing clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it and shouted at Fang Yuan, Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals, how can you do this? Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guiyue Fangjing was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the Divine Investigator title. No matter what Gu they used or what methods they used to make Jianghu yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jiajin Sheng would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of Gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes and Gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed old man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guiyue Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly, it is indeed true. Guiyue Fangjing closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties, you can say it out. Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang heir was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fang Jing would be implicated, Fang Yuan said honestly. Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fang Jing opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother. Don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough. Guiyuebo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Fang Jing, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shueleng reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guiyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guiyuebo's expression softened. Tai Shueleng continued, however, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guiyuebo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Guiyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jiafu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guiyuebo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan looked at Guiyuebo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shueleng was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shueleng's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shueleng was silent for a while before saying, one day you will understand, Ruanan. But that's good, young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old, I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is? Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jiafu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including Fang Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even the second time Fang Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jiafu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fang Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fang Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Xueling asked. Jia Jinsheng's case has happened a long time ago, it is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now Jia Jinsheng's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean, I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fang Yuan? Tai Xueling asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said, this Fang Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live Gu at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Xueling nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruanan paused. At this moment she discovered something and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fang Yuan is very suspicious. After a while she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fang Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fang Yuan in front of him, Guiyue Mo Chen painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fang Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fang Yuan out on the spot. But today he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The Mo faction was in a precarious situation, and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the Mo faction is making money every day? Guiyue Mo Chen fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless, it greatly exceeds the bottom line of the Mo faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guiyue Mo Chen. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, Guyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe and Fang Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition: you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron Gu and a past life grass Gu. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guiyue Mo Chen heard this and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron Gu first, but my Mo faction really doesn't have the past life grass Gu. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guiyue Mo Chen, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right. Wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guiyue Mo Chen suddenly spoke, Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Guiyue Mo Yen. Guiyue Mo Chen heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Mo Yin, the clan needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness Guiyue Mo Yen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron gu was a rank 2 gu, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron gu floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing gu were divided into different categories. Some healed gu masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted gu worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron gu was its healing gu. An hour later, the live iron gu became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable gu. But its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron gu, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful gu. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7 and above gu followed this law of nature. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other gu were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 gu master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains it pours? The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 gu master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6 he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle gu and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 gu appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong Gu masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village, there were many people and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Guyue and Imo Qin, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of Gu masters dying from their own Gu worms was not rare. Many Gu masters forcefully used their Gu worms and died from the backlash of the Gu worm's power. Not mentioning the distant Guyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Xueling nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad, only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruanan closed her eyes and activated her intuition Gu. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes, it cannot represent evidence. Tai Xueling reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? As long as he has the liquor worm he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruanan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fangjing. As his younger brother he should be most familiar with Fang Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past. Fangjing's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled, Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruanan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade, he probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fangjing said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruanan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why, is there a problem here? In the end, Fangjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your Big Brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your Big Brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruanan replied in a low voice. What? Fangjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your Big Brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruanan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later. Tai Ruanan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guiyue Fangjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Guiyue Fangjing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother. You are so scheming in your heart, am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fangjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan, all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once, in Fangjing's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fangjing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fangjing see his weakness. The mountain in Fangjing's heart collapsed. However, so this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fangjing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fangjing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Fangjing said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fangjing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? Tai Ruanan laughed. Fangjing gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guiyue tribe. Fangjing shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in then? Fangjing shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guiyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guiyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree. But the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guiyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guiyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me, I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guiyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guiyue clan. From the first generation when the Guiyue village was just built to its golden age and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guiyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations. It is not strange. Tai Xueling said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes and when they get tired they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Xueling sighed faintly. Ruanan, when I was young I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black and the white is white. But when you see more you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes black can turn into white and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white, and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Xueleng consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime they should be punished. If they break the law they should be punished. Otherwise where is justice, where is justice, where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people there are benefits. Where there are benefits there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak. Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. Forget it, it is still too early for you to talk about this, you should focus on solving the case. Yes, father. Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Xueleng's bleak words to heart. When people are young they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader? Flower wine monk? Liquor worm? Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake Gu, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake Gu's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. How? It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack. The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I'm ice and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form Immortal Snake Gu also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type Gu worms. It is so strong yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This Snake Gu did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form Immortal Snake was not refined by Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the Frenzy Lightning Wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form Immortal Snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form Immortal Snake was not a defensive Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a Gu master. By clan leader's side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice, he had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved, and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by Gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I'm only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form Immortal Snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path, and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me. Because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The Flower Wine Monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the Flower Wine Monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity. The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The Flower Wine Monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Jing went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Jing said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Guyue Lian had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction. Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the wolf tide, the Qi faction and the Imo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fang Jing explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all, sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueleng. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueleng around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fang Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fang Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fang Jing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility, that is the Qi faction was threatened by Fang Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Fang Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanan racked her brains and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shueleng. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shueleng's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruanan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruanan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruanan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruanan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words to others were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruanan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here, to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right aptitude, Tai Ruanan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jiafu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Guolian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use, that is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guolian need it? This situation is too common, it happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Qi faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guolian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruanan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has great aptitude. Fang Jing said. Great aptitude, can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruanan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Xueling shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Xueling said, we are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all, unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruanan nodded, father is right. But other than this method there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo audio gu to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case, please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyue Bo sat and said with a smile. Sorry to disturb clan leader. Tai Xueling said politely. Tai Ruanan and Guyue Fangjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guyue Bo suddenly said. Tai Xueling said, oh? Clan leader, please speak. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guyue Bo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jiajin Sheng, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qingmao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago he made an agreement with Guyue and Imo Qin. Till now the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fang Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fang Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales goo, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guiyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, this caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating, I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fang Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then the Guiyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices, the first was the Bai family and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guiyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan had no other choice, the spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guiyue Bo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guiyue Bo smiled. Tai Ruanan lightly snorted. Tai Xueleng pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fang Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Xueleng's style. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot, he never goes back on his words. I trust you completely and thank you for your understanding. Guiyue Bo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guiyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Xueleng was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guiyue Bo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guiyue Bo was secretly pleased. Guiyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book, only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guiyue, my father has already agreed to your request, can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanan's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guiyue Bo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio goo was crushed. This goo was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guiyue Bo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fang Jing quickly found himself as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruan and also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group, although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guyue Bo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guyue Mabe was tested to have B-grade aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyue Cheng who was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyue Cheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this and was certain. But soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared, he crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment, and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have C-grade aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment and discouragement? How could this be? Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. What? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fang Jing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fang Jing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fang Jing saw himself on the stage, and at that time he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory, this was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fang Jing, I have a question I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fang Jing's mood. What is it? Ask away, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fang Jing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fang Jing fell into his memories. I think he said, the road? That's right. It's the road. Fang Jing's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange, I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Jing did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Guo Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a grade aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time the scene was replayed and several gazes gathered on the painting wall on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body. And this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother Guo Fangjing was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes. Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body, his expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guo Bo stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Jing, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guo City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guo City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Jing was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guo Bo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words, but if he has B-grade or a grade aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up, she had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days I've read some of his poems from his early years, they were grand and grand, even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guo Bo shook his head. Just based on this point it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows, that's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guo Bo was also confused. Tribe leader Guo. Tai Ruanan turned around and looked at Guo Bo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Guo Bo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted, and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fang Jing had seen Guo Bo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons, eldest son Verdant Great Son, second daughter Guo Desolate Een. The 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth, none of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons, and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruanan continued, it is just that in some people the different bloodlines are sparse and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline. Or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Jing asked. Don't tell me this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Guiyue Bo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Jing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruanan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuileng would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruanan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right. 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique. Guiyue Bo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here, and named it the Guiyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Guiyue. Why did the first generation take the name Guiyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan Guiyue Desolate Yin physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Guiyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique. He would make the world panic and bring Guiyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants if one day such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guiyue Bo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Guiyue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Guiyue Desolate Yin physique. Guiyue Bo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Jing's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanan looked at him pitifully. Since Qiqing can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries, it is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive Bamboo Gentleman because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Sheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai Clan girl, be careful with your words. Guiyue Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Sheng was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now Fang Yuan actually had Guyue's Desolate Yin physique. When it involved the ancestor's prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan. I have to do it. Damn it. This Guiyue clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guiyue wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye he had disappeared. This discovery made Guiyue Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shuileng go at this time? Clan leader Guiyue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Jing, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guiyue Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Jing was left. How can this be? Guiyue Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my great aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth, his aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother? He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart, from start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down, watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't. Like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled. An unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. I'm going to die. Fangjing's face twitched and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles and he used too much force, his nails were peeled off and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fangjing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. You killed Jia Sheng, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing, so what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fangjing's heart. Resurrection. The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fangjing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha ha ha. Fangjing was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Guiyue Bo could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing, Tai Xueling was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Guiyue Bo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanan who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruanan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Why is Tai Xueling nowhere to be seen? Tai Clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guiyue Bo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Xueleng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Xueleng. After Tai Xueleng saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Xueleng make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Jia Jinsheng's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute. But the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruanan had always been suspicious about this. And now Tai Xueleng had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured, you must take care of yourself. Tai Ruanan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Xueleng facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruanan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you, I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guyue Bo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guyue Bo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guyue Bo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan, it could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan, it could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations, it was a colossus. Tai Ruanan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave, I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle, there are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Guyue Bo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruanan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanan said, Fang Yuan is missing now, he could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. If I hope so. Guyue Bo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 Yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 Yuan stone that Guyue and Imo Chin provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall. He felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to Autumn Cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it, he had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it, he could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing. A total of 50,000 Yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower goo was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long, I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky Canopy Goo. Thunderwings Goo. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the Thunderwings Goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space, it was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery, and was not easy to land on. But Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and barely found a rough section of the wall, and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the Blood Lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it, he realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave, he found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qing Mao Mountain soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange but also full of danger. I don't have much time, how do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The thunder wings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh, in the blood lake an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. They were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3 Bladewing Blood Batgoo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the Audiobook's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow Goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing blood bats here? For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery, but now it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing blood bat. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Bloodwing Demon sect with the Bladewing blood bat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing blood bat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing blood bat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing blood bat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal but by chance he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level, and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing Blood Bat, Blood Guillotine and Blood Frenzy goo. The rank 3 Bladewing Blood Bat goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing Blood Bat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The Blood Frenzy goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4 and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the Blood Frenzy goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The Blood Sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely, "The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages." His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing Blood Bat goo, the Blood Frenzy goo or the Blood Guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the Blood Sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart, to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the Blood Sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the Blood Sea ancestors' death and the Righteous Path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated, and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the Righteous Path members would often curse in pain, "These damned blood goo masters." I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave. But if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where a new batch will appear. By now, the Blood Sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had also received the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a Blood Sea inheritance after 400 years, and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. Why are there more than 100 Bladewing blood bats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestors' proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Fang Yuan naturally thought of this and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The Bladewing blood bats swarmed towards him. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the Blood Sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shueleng, why did he suddenly appear here? Fang Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo was a rank 5 sound type goo. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type goo. The voice that Fang Yuan heard now was just Tai Shueleng's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Fang Yuan using the moonlight goo to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the goo worm. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Goo had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the goo master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the goo master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fang Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a goo master. However, after glancing at Fang Yuan on the mountain wall, the Blood Sea Python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous Goo. It was a mental goo and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous goo and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shuileng, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the blade-winged blood bat goo panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their two pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious blood river python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shuileng's supreme might. What a righteous goo! Fang Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous goo's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shuileng to gasp in surprise. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous goo's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil and no one was perfect. But Tai Shuileng knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a goo on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shuileng could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous goo. However, Tai Shuileng had met many demonic goo masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous goo and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous goo even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shuileng hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the blood river python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the blood river python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shuileng had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the blood river python for a moment, then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guiyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shuileng would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish the seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shuileng brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation goo on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation goo was formless and colorless like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Jianghu, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shuileng opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality goo had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shuileng who was in the air. Tai Shuileng was already on guard against the blood river python. His body moved quickly and dodged the blood river python's bite. The blood river python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Jianghu, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a blood river python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shuiling sneered and moved in the air. The blood river python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The blood river python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings goo to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was not in a good state. The thunderwings goo on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Fang Yuan used all his strength but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of Bladewing Bloodbat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The Thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The Thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuiling was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 goo masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the goo master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor, the sky canopy goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shuiling could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom. In the air there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron Hand grappling Gu. In the air, Tai Xueling took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake's scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Xueling had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Gu. The Blood River Python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Xueling laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Gu master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Gu master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed and the oil dragon Gu in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Xueling did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Gu, starting to activate the fire dragon Gu. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like Gu shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Gu was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River Python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River Python. It suffered heavy injuries and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River Python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River Python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Xueling's tactic, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to force the rank 5 Blood River Python to retreat. But Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River Python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Gu had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Gu's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fang Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fang Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Gu and fire dragon Gu can force the Blood River Python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the Blood River Python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Gu might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Xueling must know. Benny. Fang Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Xueleng had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the Blood River Python to retreat. Tai Xueleng wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Xueleng floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood beard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Xueleng's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant hill puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then the oil dragon Gu flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fang Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fang Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the Blood Lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Xueleng won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River Python. The 2 dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Xueleng allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River Python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River Python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Xueleng's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the Blood River Python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The Blood River Python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, A dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo. A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. First generation Guiyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore? The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. He. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans? You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth, it was his abdomen. He kept saying thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first Gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the blood lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guiyue, you are no longer a living person, your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. He. Although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me, die. First generation Guiyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-wing blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type goo, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 goo master Tai Xueleng would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guiyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The blood bat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Xueleng feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although goo masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a goo master controlling the blood bat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guiyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Xueleng. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Xueleng is also injured, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Xueleng has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Jianghu's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Jianghu gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed and another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Xueling to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu. How? The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-wing blood bat Gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The blood bat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed blood bat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the blood bat group. When Tai Xueling used it earlier, its power was not evident as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them and could only run away. Earlier he felt that the cave was dark and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwings Gu was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right, it's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the blood bat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The Bladewing blood bat Gu was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 Gu could completely suppress them. But Tai Xueleng and Gu's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation he could only hope that they were in a stalemate and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbat group closed in and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and said in his heart, "Spring autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze standing on the spot. The spring autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guiyue Bo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow. But the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right, can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guiyue Bo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guiyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li, and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition. But the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital Gu. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized, once this Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital Gu, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Gu were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining Gu, these 3 aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower Gu to protect their cities. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital Gu, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical goo in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, goo worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Fang Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a goo master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time Fang Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Fang Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the goo master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river. Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical goo world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Fang Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the goo master world was still the goo master world. It was just that history had taken a turn and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely, and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible, and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations. But he had always been cautious and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood bat group flew over, but Fang Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other gu were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring autumn cicada's aura. Under Fang Yuan's will, a gu withstood the pressure and slowly flew out of the sea. This gu was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fang Yuan had used the plunder gu to forcefully take some gu worms from Bai Ning Bing's aperture, and obtain them. This gu was a consumable gu, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the gu master's foundation and potential, causing the gu master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture gu explode. Fang Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture gu immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Fang Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fang Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water with a faint silver light. But at this moment his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow-silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture gu is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ning Bing probably wants to use the stone aperture gu to overcome the limit of the northern dark eye soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Blade-Wing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy gu's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks as well as the blade-wing bloodbats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 bloodbats without a gu master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fang Yuan to take out a Yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had obtained a grass gu not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce Yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form Yuan stone. Fang Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only gu masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect he was superior to other immortal venerables and demon venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fang Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fang Yuan's aperture, turning into snow-silver primeval essence. If Fang Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the Yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this heavenly essence treasure lotus was his gu. Activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude gu masters. Kill? He suddenly shouted and changed his fighting style, charging into the blood bat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver sawteeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood bat that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Guyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the blood bat swarm there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance and there was not much difference. However, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing blood bat gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the blood bat swarm fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while more than 20 blade-wing blood bats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the blood bat swarm reacted, Fang Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing blood bats were still chasing after Fang Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff huff huff. In the narrow cave, Fang Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fang Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fang Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The thunder wings gu had been contaminated by the blood frenzy gu and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the thunder wings gu will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings gu 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings gu left his back. Go. Fang Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings gu and threw it behind him. The Bladewing Bloodbat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings gu, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings gu. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing Bloodbats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fang Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing Bloody Bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a gu worm like the Iron Hand Grappling gu. The Bladewing Bloodbat gu flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fang Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood white corpse gu to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead, it could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago he had specially mobilized 2 groups of blade-wing bloody bats to fly towards Fang Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Xueleng had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Xueleng and Guyue's generation is going. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Xueleng wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the heavenly essence treasure lotus that he had obtained. Although the blade-wing bloody bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong Clangu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong Clangu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you are a Xiong Clangu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong Clangu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air and both exploded. With Fang Jing at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fang Jing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. Hee, this situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Jing was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pui. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Head joining hands, you are afraid of my clans Bai Ningbing. It's no use, this is just the first battle, there is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon gu to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end, eh? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the thousandly earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fang Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance, and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and destroy the foundation of the Guyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the thousandly earthwolf spider sleep here and seal itself, was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details. Let's leave this place first. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the thousandly earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the thousandly earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 gu, it was easily refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the Thunderwings gu, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the thousandly earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This thousandly earthwolf spider was a type of giant gu that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the thousandly earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the thousandly earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 gu. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan. The only thing that worried Fang Yuan was that the gu master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a mount gu moved. The thousandly earthwolf spider was a rank 5 gu, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this 2-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down, the sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset, I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders, what a pity. Especially around me there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong tribes alliance, the remaining 100 gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai tribe's gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangjing, Xiong Jiaosha, Xiong Lin and Qiqing as the leaders, the young gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant, what a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Guiyue and Fang Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked. Although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiaosa crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big sis is mighty? Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guiyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiaosa became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guiyue tribe, after Qing Shu died, Mo Chen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A grade aptitude Guiyue Fangzheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fangzheng. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangzheng seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many Bai tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangzheng's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears. Fangzheng stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end, his body had reached some kind of limit and not long later he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. We were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. You underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guiyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Xueleng had appeared. Although the 3-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guiyue's desolate physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guiyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guiyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the thousandly earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This thousandly earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the thousandly earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance before dying with regret. The thousandly earthwolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately the thousandly earthwolf spider sealed itself, and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy Gu was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the thousandly earthwolf spider's ability. The thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy, and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the thousandly earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fang Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Guyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear and shock, as if he was still alive. Fang Jing's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Jing walking towards him step by step. The reason Fang Jing could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it, damn it. Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Fang Jing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash. The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Ah. Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered, Guyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guyue Bo squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hehe, I will tell you the truth, my clan's Bai Ningbing has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake, many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guyue clan Gu master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raiment. Fang Jing screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. I finally reached the ground. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately he saw Bai Ningbing in midair hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form immortal snake Gu floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form immortal snake's back, looking down at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Fang Yuan. You really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fang Jing crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Gu? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Gu. Isn't that the thousandly earthwolf spider? Guyue Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade. Like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily. Like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here, he did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shuileng or Guyue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 Gu worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the Sky Canopy Gu's white armor. The blood blade hit by Ning Bing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ning Bing recovered. It really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ning Bing. He will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanan curled her lips. 10 extreme physique, it must be the 10 extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolating physique. Guyue Bo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 extreme physique and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ning Bing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ning Bing, but was attracted by the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ning Bing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal. Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog, it could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog, his eyes were white, he was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousandly earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousandly earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousandly earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ning Bing was now a ticking time bomb, killing him would cause him to self-destruct and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ning Bing's shout came from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed twice as large as before. The thousandly earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruanan shouted at the side. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guobo looked at Fang Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you, Guobo. By clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape, I will be right back. Tai Ruanan took this chance and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father. Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then without stopping it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Xueling is done for. Hehe, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guiyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity, this time I will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. He, this grudge I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. Bai clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3 thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend. Let's escape, there are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar, all of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings and like a sky full of arrows they shot down. Loud shouts. Panicked screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moon blades, water bullets, metal spikes and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication ear grass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Guyu Bo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Guyu Bo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Guyu Bo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Guyu Bo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Guyu Bo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Guyu Bo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Guyu Bo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way. I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu Master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold, "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Guyu Bo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu Master." Evidently, clan leader Guyu had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qing Mao mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyu generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage compared to a rank 5, it was really limited, and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Guyu Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fang Yuan continued. Guyu Bo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fang Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyu Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fang Yuan. Gradually he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Guyu Bo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew these iron beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fang Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Guyu Bo. This Guyu clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fang Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Guiyue Bo, "You are right." Guiyue Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next he shouted loudly, "Everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guiyue village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me, we will charge out together." His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guiyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guiyue clan leader. The Gu masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guiyue Bo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu masters who were once enemies joined hands, and quickly gathered together. Guiyue clan, hee. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape, it will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants, when the battle starts he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle, I cannot let them live, I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry, and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit, and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fang Yuan, leave quickly. Guiyue clansmen, listen up, we swear to protect Fang Yuan's safety, only he knows that method. Guiyue Bo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fang Yuan turned around and looked deeply at this Guiyue clan leader. Elder Fang Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guiyue clansmen gathered around Fang Yuan, and firmly protected him. The healing light wave, and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united, and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The 3 clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves, and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guiyue village. The Guiyue village was in chaos and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuileng and Guiyue first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake, and naturally affected the village above. Guiyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guiyue Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This? Heavens? Is my Guiyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guiyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guiyue who had turned into a blood white stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ah. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guiyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my Gu worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old, they were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herbmen, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this goo, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Aha, after refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial goo, seeking life through death and seal myself. Not long ago I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Xueling, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce, back then we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes, the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenshuru. Back then he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Goo to control the Myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control Myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close. Killing demonic Goo masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Goo master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance then it would be fine. At least, the 2 brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The 2 of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature goo worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenshuru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenshuru by stealing goo worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan goo and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenshuru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenshuru could only use the life storage jade burial goo to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage jade burial goo method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage jade burial goo could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Fang Yuan's previous life, using lifespan goo to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother. You shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Ah, heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenshuru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Guyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat goo soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat goo were much smaller than the ironbeak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenshuru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Guyue's generation. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad Beast King's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenshiro snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item, it must not come into contact with it. Thus he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shueleng, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life. Master Tenshiro roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Guyue's generation in the red coffin. Guyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie Gu was one of the most classic series of Gu worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 Roaming Zombie Gu, Rank 3 Hairy Zombie Gu, Rank 4 Jumping Zombie Gu, Rank 5 Flying Zombie Gu. Blood White Zombie Gu was one of the flying zombie Gu, it could naturally fly. First Guyue's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenshiro in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam bam bam. The two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the rank 5 Gu was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Guyue's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenshiro's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First Guyue spat out blood mist again. Master Tenshiro activated his Gu worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tenshiro was old, his body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Guyue's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed, you still haven't improved. First Guyue's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard. Master Tenshiro scolded furiously. He did not expect First Guyue's generation to become so strong, be it Blood Guillotine or Bladewing Blood Bat Gu, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. Humph, it is time to use my trump card. Master Tenshiro snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Guyue's generation. First Guyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu. First Guyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale Gu did not spit out ordinary chi but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. But this Gu was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenshiro used it now. Not only was First Guyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale Gu was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by Gu masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on Gu masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation there was a difference. Master Tenshiro and First Guyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyue had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenshiro might be old and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenshiro's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenshiro was also getting closer. First Guyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-wing blood-bat Gu, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Guyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-wing blood-bat Gu towards Master Tenshiro. Master Tenshiro had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenshiro's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenshiro's expression was malevolent and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Guyue First Gen. Guyue First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down and countless Gu masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenshiro's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fang Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. It was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the northern dark eye soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. Stop! Guyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now they were destroyed by Master Tenshiro. This was Guyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Guyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenshiro. The blade-wing blood-bat Gu and blood guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenshiro's attacks. Master Tenshiro laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Guyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Guyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore he deliberately let these people of Guyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Guyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Guyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Guyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Guyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Guyue's eyebrows. Bang! Guyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Guyue, but also Master Tenshiro. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and also the talisman flaying Gu. Aha, it seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These 2 Gu were the Tai clan's signature Gu worms. The demon suppression iron chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying Gu could extract the Gu worms in a Gu master's body and seal them. Tai Shuileng had used these 2 Gu worms to capture countless demonic Gu masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Guyue. When did this happen? First-generation Guyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuileng. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Guyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Guyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Guyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenshiro laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu's suppression. Like this, first-generation Guyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die. Master Tenshiro's attacks were like waves, unceasing as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Guyue's body was covered in injuries, his white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenshiro. Seeing that Master Tenshiro was about to succeed, first-generation Guyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang? The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing, and instantly hit Master Tenshiro. Master Tenshiro heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow, his white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenshiro's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Guyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones, all of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fang Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenshiro saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Guyue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Guyue shouted in panic, "Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together." A large group of Gu masters rushed over, not only Guyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Guyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Guyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Screams resounded. How could rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters' primeval essence compete with rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant, the primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it. First-generation Guyue cursed, the demon suppression iron chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuileng was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain goo was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain goo was Tai Shueling's goo, and inside it was Tai Shueling's will to suppress and kill first-generation Guyue's will. First-generation Guyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly Earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sai, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Haha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ning Bing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Fang Jing was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tenshuru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenshuru laughed sinisterly in a low voice, "I will win, all of you will die." The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenshuru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yinji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly the Fu Yinji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ning Bing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin-Yang rotation Gu. Master Tenshuru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. "My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined your plans." First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the Blood Skull Gu or Yin-Yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenshuru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Guyue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, "Quick, come kill this Gu." Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This goo was sealed by the bottom talisman goo, and could not be activated by first-generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shuileng or a special goo could unseal it. But this goo was a consumable goo and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several goo masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed goo worms, and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed goo worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz. With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenshuru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5, why does it look like water curtain skyflower goo? Fang Yuan was bewildered, he had never seen this goo before. Master Tenshuru was obstructed by this barrier, he staggered to his feet and sneered, "Senior brother, you have good methods, you can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale goo. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door." Guyue on the other hand laughed out loud. "Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention." Killing intent flashed in Master Tenshuru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge, it was stable as usual. Master Tenshuru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. "What goo is this?" First Gen Guyu raised his head and laughed. "Let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover I will come out and take your head, ha ha ha. You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly." Master Tenshuru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Guyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely, all the Gu masters outside the barrier including Xiong Jiaoman died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai, the Gu masters gradually relaxed. The first-generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first-generation ancestor will display his might, this person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? How powerful. I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, he would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenshuru attacked for a long time but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First-generation Guyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain skyflower and water curtain skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable, it had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenshuru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me, only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone, I need a large amount of yuan stone. First-generation Guyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First-generation Guyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply, yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenshuru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more, we have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first-generation Guyue." The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first-generation Guyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression Iron Jianghu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First-generation Guiyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital goo. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom flick goo on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First-generation Guiyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first-generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First-generation Guiyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor. First-generation Guiyue raised his head and laughed. Ha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Guiyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Guiyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guiyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Guiyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor, you? Everyone quickly retreated and someone shouted in shock. Noisy. First-generation Guiyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our Yuan stone, how can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person, everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh. A bloody massacre began. First generation Guiyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3, how could they be his match? And this blood curtain skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first generation Guiyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood curtain skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guiyue tribesman he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First generation Guiyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Guiyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical, not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Guiyue's body, and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First generation Guiyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Guiyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenshiro, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. What? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is C grade? You have a grade aptitude, of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader and I the second. You are the most dazzling. Just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky, and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Goo can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This Blood Skull Goo was my only hope. The hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenshiro stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Gyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade, how could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I'm not satisfied, why should it be me, why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Gyue actually started sobbing. The Blood White's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder, I can only take more risks, I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your Blood Sea true inheritance. Then I became a demon. Haha, then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenshiro was speechless. First Gen Gyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the Blood Skull Gu and condensed into Blood Spring essence, pouring it into First Gen Gyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Gyue killed more Gyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenshiro was burning with anxiety, but the blood curtain skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. First Gen Gyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered, "Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. If you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know this goo was refined by me, I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit." First Gen Gyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. "Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant, I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Gyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and first Jianghu took a step back. By Ning Bing. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the person who attacked. He was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm, cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ning Bing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against First Jianghu was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his arms as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant Fang Yuan was moved. This man? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ning Bing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ning Bing was a top genius, his talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. It really is the northern dark-eye soul physique. Diske, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Jianghu let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this northern dark-eye soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared he was already in front of Bai Ning Bing. Boom. A loud explosion, the two clashed. First Jianghu retreated 2 steps, Bai Ning Bing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ning Bing was resurrected. First Jianghu was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ning Bing's cultivation was weak and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But first Jianghu could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The northern dark-eye soul physique was now almost immortal. No matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guiyue even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ning Bing gradually lost his normal color, and turned into an ice man who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful, the clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ning Bing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Jianghu. First Jianghu screamed and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and blade-wing blood bat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end he was still suppressed, imprisoned and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan Bai Ning Bing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood curtain skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood curtain skyflower goo has been broken. Such power. Master Tenshiro did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained by Ning Bing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Guiyue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this northern dark ice soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan who was in the glacier. If the northern dark ice soul physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenshiro flew over leisurely. Below him was the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. Earlier he flew into the sky to help the Ironbeak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python, and now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ning Bing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first-generation Guiyue's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenshiro had also recuperated and recovered most of his battle strength. The two's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first-generation Guiyue wanted to kill Fang Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenshiro wanted to stop the first-generation Guiyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus he could only make the first move and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these 2 people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Goo and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of 2 rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was 2 incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture, the light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the goo worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital goo, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this goo to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle. Using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the great Tao, mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered, it was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time, it might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife, he might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other goo worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. Sai, it is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now I have no other choice, I have to use this goo. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier he would rather use the stone aperture goo than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times when a goo master uses a high-rank goo worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Guyue Qingshu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital goo. Little brat, hand over your life, contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good, you can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Guyue and Master Tenshuru attacked at the same time. Fang Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff, he could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light, he shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura? How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 goo worm. At this moment the two rank 5 goo masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him, take the rank 6 goo. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad, hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment there was a loud boom. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died he seemed to have heard the two rank 5 goo masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river called time. Humans are like fish in the river, the current is rapid, almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would jump out of the river looking at the scene downstream, this is foretelling the future. If not for this river the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change, the world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small goo worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance, the yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit, with a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fang Yuan's body shook, a yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment and Fang Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success. He was overjoyed, he had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed, his wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, oh, so it was at this time. Tai Xueleng's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead, it was the demon suppression iron chain Gu as well as the flick bottom Gu. And that Master Tenshuru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move, he could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom Gu, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull Gu inside the yellow light. Blood skull Gu. After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenshuru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do, he was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, two peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other, it was the Yin-Yang rotation Gu. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Master Tenshuru was shouting, Yin-Yang rotation Gu. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human, what a pity, I ruined it. Fang Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming, his hair was disheveled, he had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red goo translucent like a water ball. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Blood-curtain skyflower goo. It was this goo that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood-curtain skyflower goo was developed by Guyue's first generation. Fang Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly, kill this goo worm." Several goo masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this goo. Buzz. With a soft sound, blood-curtain skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fang Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenshiru's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenshiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, "What goo is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower goo. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower goo's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head, ah." Master Tenshiru was furious and attacked again but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The goo masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenshiru saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. Humph. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give, we have to give yuan stone even more. Chapter 201. Large amounts of yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ning Bing looked on coldly. But Fang Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly but made a different choice from before. First-generation ancestor, the situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly. Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy. He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged blood bats to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged blood bats to protect Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenshiru and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Fang Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fang Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you move aside and let him in. Heavenly essence treasure lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenshiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past you had such great achievements. Today you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure lotus should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, this young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later. But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue, and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth and with all his might, he fiercely threw. Shwa. As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenshiro. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment, there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenshiro was stunned as if he was dreaming and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure, and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on, and collapsed, did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor, you even schemed against the ancestor, are you still human? Why yeah, Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I'm rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. Fang Yuan laughed and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the blood curtain skyflower Gu. To activate the blood curtain skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain Gu or the bottom of the talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ah, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master Tenshiro roared and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain and struggled with all his might. Suddenly the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain skyflower Gu was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense and once used it could not be moved and could not be closed. To him it could only be used and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First generation Guyue's grievance and his hatred towards Fang Yuan could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenshuru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First generation Guyue could only give up on the blood barrier and turn to resist Master Tenshuru. He had chewed large amounts of Yuan stone earlier and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First generation ancestor, do your best. First generation lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the two rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between two tigers, and he, Fang Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenshuru or first generation Guyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured and him gaining an advantage was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guyue and Master Tenshuru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state, and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the northern dark ice soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle. Especially when the two strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it and also looked back at Fang Yuan. In the crowd they looked at each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes, and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fang Yuan changed the topic. But this method's success rate is not high, and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fang Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, but I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting. Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, then what do I need to do? Fang Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fang Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4 and immediately submitted. Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's head hurt, and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Guyue let out a miserable howl and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Fang Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked and took a step back. First generation Guyue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon Master Tenshuru attacked. I want you to die, I want you to die. First generation Guyue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenshuru. Master Tenshuru was shocked and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and said to Bai Ningbing, follow me to kill. Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly, and cut a goo master beside Fang Yuan in half. Blood skull goo. Chapter 202. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is right in front of us. How can there be internal strife? Quickly stop or else. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.creadreadnet I will only kill Guyu clansmen, those who are not involved step down. Otherwise I will slaughter all of you. Fang Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fang Yuan to be so crazy. Fang Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind, let's attack together. That's right, if this continues we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy, we will all be killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was like a hornet's nest, the crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Haha, interesting. Bai Ning Bing suddenly laughed and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you. The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good, Lord Bai Ning Bing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ning Bing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ning Bing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well for the fun of it. Hehehe, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fang Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ning Bing, who was close to death, his strength was very strong and he killed many more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit, the surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed this, he breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fang Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fang Yuan, you crazy bastard. Guyue coldly rushed over. Fang Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fang Yuan, spare us, we are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moon blade flew out and two heads fell to the ground. The blood skull goo took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fang Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Goo Master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and a grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fang Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But, my cultivation has fallen? Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture goo to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull goo irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two goo were in conflict. But the blood skull goo was rank 4 while the stone aperture goo was rank 3. The blood skull goo was above the stone aperture goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture goo was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ning Bing was getting stronger and stronger, he slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenshiro saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later, Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to be grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier and the 2 people outside were left. Fang Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape, and the blood curtain skyflower disappearing. And then? Bai Ningbing asked. And then? Fang Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling. And then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. What do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fang Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know you can do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence, live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fang Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? He. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. Then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time, I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Fang Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. So exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble, ha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Fang Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Guyue was at a disadvantage, and was completely suppressed by Master Tenshiro. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenshiro in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenshiro had already figured out his methods, and would not let Gen 1 Guyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Guyue howled to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Guyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go. Master Tenshiro immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenshiro. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen and purplish-red poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenshiro was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Gen 1 Guyue. He actually killed Gen 1 Guyue? Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Fang Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Gen 1 Guyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Gen 1 Guyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those two gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenshiro floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly but did not speak. Master Tenshiro was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. Frost spread and endless glaciers rose. Chapter 203. Bam Bam Bam. The glaciers cracked as Master Tenshiro attacked. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. We cannot let this old man escape. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak. He resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glacier spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenshiro roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenshiro's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenshiro. Although Master Tenshiro was rank 5, after killing first-generation Guyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming. He finally realized, activating the life-retaining Jade Burial Goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fang Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process. As expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing at this moment. Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone, he had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface, his consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates he would truly die. Seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him, Fang Yuan was clear. Relying on himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Sooner or later he would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These two goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go! With a thought from Fang Yuan, the black glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fang Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 snow-silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin-chi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fang Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation gu's yin gu on you just now. This gu can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing gu and has the effect of reviving the dead. But it has a flaw. Once it is used, the gu master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fang Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped and I no longer have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Aha, so what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique. Although this method has lowered your aptitude, as long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day you will return to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. At that time you will need the remaining Yanggu. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fang Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the Yanggu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin gu, so you must use the yang gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other yang gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This yang gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fang Yuan said casually. Right now Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fang Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the Yanggu? He. Fang Yuan laughed for a while before saying seriously, this Qingmao mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead, he is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qingmao mountain anymore, we must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my gu worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting and Qingmao mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fang Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it, but there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. By Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at, is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fang Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger, all these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, how did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qingmao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu, if the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation, what did you think it was? Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly. Fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fang Yuan, cursing angrily. This time she had to get that one and only Yanggu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fang Yuan consoled. Great fortune my ass, why don't you try turning into a woman? Bai Ningbing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later. The sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha. the ice cracked and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenshiro let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial goo was a rank 5 goo, and was extraordinary. As long as the goo master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy, and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damn thief. He cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Gyue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fang Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his goo to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it? To think he actually hid here, humph, the most dangerous place is the safest place? So crafty. Master Tenshiro's body suddenly shook as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer and soon he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fangjing's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenshiro swore that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fangjing he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him, it's just that they look alike. He sighed deeply and suddenly he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenshiro's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Gyue's generation in this vast world, among all the living beings. I did not completely fail the sect's mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fangjing opened his tired and heavy eyes, and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time his whole body was sore and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans competition. The sky was filled with iron beak flying cranes and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fangjing was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenshiro? Master Tenshiro stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fangjing from head to toe and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fangjing looked around him and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky and he was walking in the sky. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Fangjing exclaimed. I am Master Tenshiro, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent. Fangjing shouted in shock. Chapter 204. Yellow Dragon River, Southern Border's 3rd largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanghua Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Guibei Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicai Mountain and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character, passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand, the waves were grand and majestic. Splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast with a white tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again, evidently on the river surface. They had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward, the bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes and black hair. The other was a young girl wearing a white robe, blue eyes and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qing Mao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark ice soul physique, trapping Master Tenshuru temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft they immediately escaped. Fang Yuan's thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on, relying on their own strength. Their speed was too slow, and would definitely be chased by Master Tenshuru. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qing Mao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally landed at the foot of Qing Mao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft's speed was ultimately not faster than the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. However, the Ironbeak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fang Yuan would be. Moreover, Fang Yuan remembered that after Master Tenshuru killed Guiyue, he came back alone. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fang Yuan's words, she knew what Fang Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this Yellow Dragon River will be very exciting. But if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. This is quite interesting. Fang Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experience Baigu Mountain's inheritance in my previous life, I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require 2 people to work together to pass. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage, he needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl. And he had the Jianghu. It was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Baigu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good, the rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing, she immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days, it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope, I will handle this for now. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it, only Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming. She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fang Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged. According to this situation, it can only last for 1 more day. After 1 day we will have to reach the shore. Fang Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. But suddenly, a soft muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fang Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river, it's attacking the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish, damn it, quickly reached the shore. Fang Yuan shouted and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had two sharp heads and a large midsection like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green thatched bamboo was an excellent bamboo, and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam and fiercely attacked. Crack. A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly. After she self-detonated, all the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack crack crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan cursed and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo. Fang Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately, the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a great aptitude, and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak, and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam bam bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 goo master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore, the shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Off. We are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air, her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day. But there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs, and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? Chapter 205. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time he was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days Fang Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food they all died one after another. Healing goo worms Fang Yuan had always been lacking, and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence and spitting it out. A red light appeared and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusita flower. Fang Yuan willed, and the Tusita flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fang Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply. He took off his clothes and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fang Yuan was already used to it in his previous life, and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste, and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. Your medicinal paste is quite useful. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed, now that I think about it, how good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me. Fang Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the Tusita flower and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's better to be prepared. Fang Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing her wounds and changing her clothes. What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Jianghu? She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. Didn't I say it before? I'm going to Baigu Mountain. As for the Jianghu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice. I have to wait until you reach rank 3? She had never thought that one day she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damn strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness. He could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person. Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single goo worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fang Yuan. The Jianghu was refined by Fang Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation goo came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. We don't have a healing goo now. If we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this. I don't have a single goo worm on me. I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild goo worms to refine, otherwise I won't even have the strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was speaking when her stomach suddenly growled. Damn it. She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat, I'm starving. During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fang Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing. What are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me. Bai Ningbing frowned and reluctantly took the black robe. Fang Yuan called out tusita flour and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fang Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this Bai clan genius ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh, I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fang Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great, we can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side, and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single goo, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fang Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fang Yuan. You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qing Mao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. What do you think? Fang Yuan laughed and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. You can go scoop some river water. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water and Fang Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot and Fang Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it and subconsciously licked her lips. Fang Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the Yellow Dragon River water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? I'm still not full, give me another half bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied and rubbed her stomach. Fang Yuan immediately rejected, I can't eat any more, I have to use it sparingly. Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us, how many wild animals can there be? Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan glared at her. Of course I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous and can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing choked and was speechless. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan, and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame, and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, it's getting late, we will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place with cliffs on 3 sides, there will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless, we will take turns to keep watch. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you for now. Familiarize yourself with them, Fang Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now, and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus, he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm and could not help but look deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chapter 206. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the chainsaw golden centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the chainsaw golden centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the chainsaw golden centipede like a sword. From time to time she would use her mind to control the chainsaw golden centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky canopy goo. She kept the sky canopy goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white-silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A-grade talent primeval C immediately appeared. 90%. It was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, Goo Master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was goo worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and goo worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qingmao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and goo worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time, and it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the 3rd rank. Fang Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper True Yuan Sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Guiyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Fang Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Fang Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white-silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was at the initial stage of the 1st rank, green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 goo, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 goo, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 goo, my primeval essence will fall sharply, the consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence and it was an initial stage jade green one, the quality was too low. Other than this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan had some other goo. First was his vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 goo was ranked 7th in the World's Strange list. Once it became his vital goo, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, its aura was no longer as strong, the yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the River of Time, starting another round of recovery. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the River of Time and self-detonate for nothing. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp fossil-like stealth scales goo quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval sea water to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder goo. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang goo from yin yang rotation goo. The rank 4 blood skull goo was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other goo worms, including the blood moon goo, they had turned into a red crescent, hidden in Fang Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Fang Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The Tusita flower was placed on Fang Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to Bai Ning Bing. Counting the numbers, Fang Yuan now had a total of 12 goo worms. This number was too much. Normally it was normal for low-level goo masters to have 2 to 3 goo. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 goo. Even the great divine investigator Tai Xueling only had around 7 goo. Don't look at Guiyue's generation and Master Tenshuru, those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of goo worms Fang Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary goo masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the goo master, as well as logistical pressure. These goo were carefully selected by Fang Yuan, and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the Tusita flower were limited, and still brought a burden to Fang Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the Tusita flower, but in total, it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year I need to find new wine. Or I can reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder Gu's food was hard to find, and there was not much left in the tusita flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this tusita flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull Gu and blood moon Gu, they both needed fresh blood, and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation Gu had both yin and yang, it would be a complete taiji light ball, with yin and yang energy transforming, and would not need the Gu master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin Gu and only the yang Gu was left. Fang Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang Gu was very important. With the yang Gu he could restrain Bai Ning Bing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ning Bing he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on Fang Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment without yang energy the yang Gu would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ning Bing would become Fang Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now Fang Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The Gu worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4 and even rank 6. Unfortunately his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank Gu worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly he was severely lacking in healing and movement. These were his 2 biggest shortcomings. Next I need to solve these problems and collect wild Gu worms. Hopefully my luck is good and I can find a suitable Gu worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck. But I can't be so lucky every time. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, then with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes he saw Bai Ning Bing holding a white eggshell walking over. Look. I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ning Bing said. This egg was half the size of a wash basin. The white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained. Fang Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Not good, this is the egg of a 6-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the 6-legged crocodiles lay their eggs? He quickly stood up. Quick, activate the chainsaw golden centipede, see how many more of these eggs there are under the beach. Bai Ning Bing's gaze was cold and she pointed behind Fang Yuan. It's too late, look. Fang Yuan turned around, and saw hundreds of dead trees on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ning Bing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ning Bing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke and the yolk flowed out. The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily, and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Guyue village. White snow covered the land and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails, nailed into this white world. Father? Tai Ruanan knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Xueleng had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruanan's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these 2 Gu worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way she met with danger and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Xueleng was a prudent person, and as a precaution he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanan received the help of the reinforcements and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched, the white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, "These days we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors?" Tai Ruanan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold snowy ground, a gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of Father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did Father die and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruanan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruanan stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruanan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. You? Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Gui. The young Gu master spoke. Yes. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back. Yes. Gui hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me. I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and also did not have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed. It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here, how are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fang Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight. Fang Yuan glanced at her and urged, why else would I lend you the Gu worms? Don't forget the Yang Gu is with me. Bastard. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles or Fang Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and charged forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver-edged saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 Gu's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms. Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor, attack their abdomens. Haha, such a domineering Gu worm, much better than the Ice Blade Gu. I like it. Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, one attack could cut a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now, 3 attacks can only heavily injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and saw that the silver-edged saw was uneven, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart and immediately thought of Fang Yuan's warning, and curled her lips and snorted. A six-legged crocodile charged in front of her and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death. Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede, and slashed at the six-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the six-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky six-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice and then completely stopped moving. Could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The six-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. The crocodiles roared. Dozens of six-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence, the lightning lichen had human-like intelligence, but among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their number one priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing did not retreat but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The six-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, six-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde but Fang Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Jianghu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fang Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Jianghu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Jianghu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worm. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear. Fang Yuan was not surprised and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack, and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the six-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Jianghu. 3 six-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted, her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy, and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moon blades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.